Hello, hello, hello. Post this on Twitter. Oh yeah, I woke up and saw a whole bunch of stuff about about robots. Maybe I can look at that. It looked pretty cool. Live today with expanding our inventory to allow for junk items. Swords. Magical swords. Exquisite armor. All that sort of non-alchemy crap. And also add a loot pickup widget. I'll show you guys what I mean. It's not going to be one that you have to like click through or anything. It's just going to be one that appears along the side. Nothing crazy. And I think I can get those two things done today. 3.5 game dev. Indie dev. Blueprints. That looks good. Let's do it. I didn't really want to open that. Well, that's fine. We can open that too. Alright, what do I want to start with? I mean, we could kind of do this in any order. I don't think it matters. Let's create the widget first. Let's do the widget. We have a rewards. Do I want to put it here, or do I want to put like a... Let's do a new folder. Loot. Slider. I don't know what else to call it. Like, it's just going to be something that slides into the side of your screen and tells you what you picked up and then disappears after a couple seconds. Let's see. I think we'll need two widgets. The way I see it, let's paint it out here. Let's mock it up. 2,000 by 2,000. All right, we got our screen, right? Boink. We have our main HUD, and this is where I want to have it, is just in the main HUD. So it's not really going to be relevant or appear when you're doing regular shit. And it's going to be a container here. Imagine the container is invisible. Okay, but that's where the container is going to be located. And when you pick something up, we show a little something on the screen, like a little icon, and a name, and then an amount. Just do ×1. That's how it's going to look. So that's the only part that you'll see of this widget. Now, if you were to pick something new up in the time span before this disappears, right? Because this will just like either quickly appear and then disappear like this, or it will just immediately pop up and then fade out over time. It doesn't really matter. Either way, it disappears after X amount of seconds. But if you pick something up before that, it will add it to the bottom of this list, and then of course you'll have the one above it that will still be fading out over that period of time. So we'll have this like long list of things. That's the way I see it. There's a couple of tricky things to this where we will have to like condense loot and make this widget, which should be easy, and then of course when it's constructed we just immediately play an animation that disappears over an, you know, X amount of time. So I don't really imagine this is going to be too much of a challenge. We'll see if I'm right or wrong on that one. So let's see. User widget. WBP. Loot. Slider. Container. Make another one for WBP. Loot. Slider item. The container itself, desired on screen. Stored on a canvas panel. A nothing. Size box. Something like this. And then how do I want to, do I want to handle with like a vertical box? Probably could. But the vertical box is going to be on the bottom of this panel, so that when we fill it with something, we can just add that child, and it should, you know, always be added to the bottom, and then push items up until they disappear and are removed. And we'll name this, loot. not loot box. Loot container. Ah, that just sounds like something EA would say. It's not a loot box, it's a loot container. Fuck, just call it loot box, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. We have loot boxes in the game. You guys can sue me now. Alright, canvas panel here. I want a border and another border. The outer border is black. That's not the right thing to change, it's the brush color. Padding of 1. The inside container will be a dark gray, my typical gray that I use. This gray. There we go. And we want a horizontal box here with an image for the icon. So we can call this icon. Stretch because there's not enough space. We can set this to a specific height if we'd like. Do we want to do a size box? Hey, Mr. Phoebo. Hey, hello, you sexy lesbian. I wish I was a lesbian. No reason. Yeah, me too. We could be lesbians together. That'd be pretty cool. There we go. Then we'll do the text. I'm going to wrap this though with a size box. The reason being, I can specify exactly how much text maximum I want in there, and anything beyond it I can just like ... Holy shit, that'd be sick. Am I right in saying your wife is Japanese or not, like from the US? She's Polish. We met for the first time in Japan. Well, we met physically for the first time in Japan. It makes sense. Don't think about it too much. Loot text. Do you want that to be centered? Yeah, fuck it, I'll center it. We'll have to institute a character limit on this. Which should be fine. We already have a function for that. This image is also small as shit. That's the real size it would be on screen. I think that's pretty good. Text could even be a little bit smaller. Do like maybe 20. That way technically we could do 2 rows. Just how you cultivated it with such a strong geographical wall between you trying to achieve a similar thing. The initial periods were very difficult. We met online when we were in high school, and it was just tough. You know, you have to do video calls and do what you can, but nothing can replace that physical aspect, you know. And I don't know, I just worked. I saved up money and I flew out to Japan to meet her because she was studying there at the time, and like we have 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks. I paid for 2 weeks. It says either going to work in person and it's gonna be great, or it's gonna be really fucking awkward. And you know, we'll just try to make the most of it. Thankfully, it was not really awkward, and it just worked. So yeah, we had a nice 2 weeks. Then I went back to the US and it felt like shit because it was awesome. And then I just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna move to Poland. If we duplicate that, let's say like times 999. It'd probably be the maximum size of this thing. And I think I'll put a little bit of padding on the left here. Let me do it on the size box itself. That way if we have the text, you know, hitting the edge here, we don't have, you know, we still have some space left. Actually inspiring, so you'd met her for a total of 2 weeks physically before we moved. No, we knew each other for years. Well, let me put it this way. We knew each other for years, then we lost contact for years. And then we regained contact. And I was just like, I don't fucking know what to say, but you're like the only person who I've ever talked to who was actually decent. So, you know, do you want to like just be together? I'm paraphrasing. It sounded, you know, a lot less cool when I said it. And she was like, oh yeah, totally, that'd be super sweet. Also, Polska Gurom or something. Again, paraphrase, and I'm sure what she said was better than that. And then I was like, you know what, we can just do it. Like, I'll just save up some money. We can just meet in Japan, you know, because you have some time off, and I've never been outside the U.S. And it's like, you know, we can just see if this works or not. And then, yeah, so we had only known each other physically for like 2 weeks. But I proposed to her in Japan on that trip, so I proposed after 1 week, so I'm actually worse than lesbians. They will laugh at that joke. And yeah, so it's, you know, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty stressful, you know, moving here. I shouldn't have done it as soon as I did. That's fucking crazy. I love that. Thanks, man. Yeah, it was, I don't know, it was wild. We don't, you know, I can't, if we have kids, I can't give them like a great meetup story. It was like, oh, it was on Facebook, on a fucking group, for people who thought they were smarter than other people, but actually aren't. And, but I can at least give them like a decent story of how we met for the first time in person. Unless, you know, we get divorced, in which case it's not that great of a story. But I don't think it would end in divorce. I think it would end with her murdering me for something. Probably. We'll see. That's how it should be. All right, let me see how this slider item looks. I think I need this border to be... There should be no maximum desired. Oh, there's a width override. Hold on, let me do it this way. And then we do fill. Always have fear for your woman. She should fear me. Actually, I joke because my cat, you know, my cat is good most of the time. But she, you know, I've disciplined her well. And she knows that if she does something wrong, and she knows to listen to my commands. I don't have to like, all I have to do is like snap and point at her, and she'll stop whatever the fuck she's doing. And I always joke like, yeah, that's right. That's how all women should respond. Nobody clip that out of context. Somebody please clip that out of context. Here's the game HUD. We need to throw our loot slider container onto here. This needs to be anchored down here. Size to content. Alignment. And I'm gonna try about here. And we'll see how that works. You can see what it looks like right now, actually. Yeah, I think that's pretty good size. Could use a little bit more padding on the inner border. But I think that'll work. Much funneling through my head at the moment. Like, I've never once felt the way with someone I have with her. Like, it was an immediate click. She's so fucking cool. Tempted to move over here in a few months. Wish I could do it sooner. Two of my best mates live here too, and my job would make so much here, so it's beneficial. Dude, I'm really happy for you. Yeah, that's how it felt for me too. Like, it just worked, and there wasn't really any hiccup. I mean, there will always be hiccups, right? Especially like the first year, as they always say. But I think if you have that good initial feeling, then you're on the right track. I want to put a small border on this. Wrap with border. Draw as border. Can I do like a rounded box? I want a rounded box. How do we do this? Looks kind of stupid. Ooh. Too much padding. Following a similar career to me, which is cool. Only issue is she's not got a passport yet, so she can't come see me, and for me coming over, I need someone to watch Froggy. Thankfully, a passport shouldn't take too long to get. Remember, I had to get one too for going to Japan. I think it expires. No, I think it expires in 2029. I think I have 5 more years on it. Get one by like December. I mean, hey, Christmas meetup. If it's December, like a very emotional woman. Her mom also fucking hates her going to see guys. What do you mean she's emotional and her mom hates going to see guys? I don't know if you have good Christmas markets where you're at. There's some pretty good Christmas markets in Poland, and I think there's some really good ones in. Okay, here's something I've always wanted to do, and I'll let you in on the secret. I don't know if they still do it. There's a festival in Switzerland, in Wengen. I don't know if they're doing it. They are doing it this year. Okay, so this is pretty cool. It's a mulled wine festival in Wengen, Switzerland, and this place looks absolutely picturesque. I mean, you know, of course, it looks great during. Hold on, let me pull Google Maps. If I can get the money, I'd like to go here with my fiance. This looks fucking amazing. I mean, it looks great during summer and shit, but I imagine during winter it's also really beautiful. And they do a mulled wine festival here every year, and it's just tucked right here in the Alps. Yeah, it looks really incredible. You know, I don't know, it has the charm and the mountain backdrops and these cool little shops. CHF 5. It's 5 well, how much is a CHF to like US dollars? Well, it's like, okay, so it's like $6. Yeah, $6, yeah. They sell these original mugs, a bunch of like street stalls. Visitors from the whole region, taste varieties. Saturday 21st, December 21st. 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Yeah, so I've always wanted to do that. It looks just really cool, and you have this like cable car that goes between Grindelwald and Wengen. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you live in Switzerland, this is like just normal to you, but you know, I come from Wisconsin, where it's like we have rolling hills. The winters are pretty, but just having these beautiful mountain backdrops is just something else. It just looks cool. I don't think I'll be able to go this year. Maybe. We'll have to see. I'm not Swiss. This is impressive. Same for me. Same for me. I come from Wisconsin, and like, you know, we have those like glacier-made hills and stuff. I don't know. Let's just find something, and you know, some pretty forest. But for the most part, it's flat. You know, it's not like Iowa or something, or Ohio flat, but you don't have mountains, right? And I know when I went to the Appalachians here, these were also really beautiful. Jesus Christ, Google, calm down. Too far away. It's like, Google, dude, calm down. You know there are, you know, you don't have to drive on roads so much. Where I'm from is not very flat. Yeah, I went here during the summer, and this was just really pretty. Ireland looks very similar, except it's flat. I thought Ireland, oh no, Scotland is really, Ireland is flat and Scotland is more, like mountainous, right? It's like craggy, I think is the proper word. It looks like you have some craggy stuff over here, though. Eh, not too much. Pretty flat. Oh, I've never been Tullamore. Is this where they make the whiskey? The Irish whiskey? Is Tullamore? Yeah, Mulled Wine Festival Vengen. I'm gonna go here one day. Maybe this year if I can sort out my paperwork. But I don't know if I can do it in time. We'll see. I was there yesterday. It's a very shitty wasteland. I don't know. Oh boy. Yeah. I like the countryside stuff. I don't know if I could go to like where's Germany? I barely know any German, but every time I go out to like German countryside, these small towns with like a river running through them, they look like super picturesque. Maybe not this one. Picturesque German village. Yeah, it's kind of shit. Oh yeah, yeah. See, jealous. Life goals. Is AI? That's AI. It's an AI generated photo and they're using it. Most charming German villages near Berlin. Bro, this is AI. There's no way this is not AI. It looks way too wonky. You don't have to fake it. Like, look, you have real things here. Look at this, like, 8K picture here. Yeah, I don't know. I really love these small little villages where, you know, the roads are tight. It's very quaint. You have really dense, like, stores and restaurants and things and shops. One day. There has to be like a castle or a fort nearby that if I get really drunk and I find a weapon like a polearm or a sword or something, that, you know, if life is just going down and I need a way out, I can take over the castle for a period of time and have a standoff with the police before I'm shot dead. You know, that's the hope. That's my backup plan. That number amount is really big. Granted, it won't always be that big. Although I do have a minimum desired width. I have a width override on that. Just do a max desired width of 72. It's not gonna size to content though. Would we ever award over 99 things? Probably not. Be realistic. I think that works. I'm gonna do a border around the eye cottage though too. That works for my taste. Okay, let's add an animation to this. Where's my animation window? Fade out. Border. Render opacity. That should control everything. Yes, it does. No, it does not. For some reason, that border has to be controlled separate. Okay, whatever. Fine. We'll just tie these up together. Yeah, fade out. Super sexy. It's gonna play. Let's keep it on screen for... We'll try 3 seconds. And then it'll fade out over 1.5 seconds. Oh, it's because it's an outline. We had the same problem on text. For some reason, the outline does not respond to fade out. I don't know why. I can't explain. Is there any controllable aspect to this? Part of the brush. I don't think I can modify that. I'll just do a regular, but I won't do like a rounded box in that. It sucks, but it is what it is. There's probably a way around it. There's a way to cheat it. There's a way to cheat it. It's gonna be really stupid, but it will work. Need this border. Don't judge me. This is art. Oh, would you look at that? It just works. Did we cheat it? Yes. Am I ashamed? Also, yes. But hey, it works. I think that's good. Loot slider item on construct. Since most of my last evening chain smoking, trying to figure out how to make it work between me and the pretty Porto. Easy peasy, think I'm gonna get her to move over. It's exciting shit, dude. Hope one day we can meet and share a drink. We'll go on a double date to Vengen. It'd be elite. We'll get our own room, no girls allowed. Leave them out in the cold. Chelsea plays a lot of games with Jamaica? Dude, that's cool. What kind of games are you guys playing together? Play on animation. I think we can do animation finished. Combine to animation finished. I'll make a custom event. Oop, not that. Kill self. Your game promotes self-harm because you have an event called Kill Self. Mostly just play Fortnite and Valorant. You guys need some other games. There's like tons of co-op games. Don't get this one, you won't own it. Thanks to Square Enix. Look at these co-op games. You have Stardew Valley, of course. You know, that's a great one. The ladies like that. You have Diablo 4 if you hate yourself. You know, there's always Baldur's Gate 3. Ladies like that too, because they can bang vampires. Elden Ring, you could do Elden Ring co-op. That's a good one. Experienced developer, not C with C++. Can I write a minimum amount of it if I want to make multiplayer? Hi, Kent. Why are you writing to me, Kent, like you're a new person? Experienced developer now with C++. If you want to make multiplayer in like Unreal, I don't think you need to write any C++. I think you can handle all of it with blueprints. You don't want off-the-shelf lobby-based matchmaking. What kind of networking do you want? Do you want like peer-to-peer? Because you can do peer-to-peer pretty easily with Unreal. I'm gonna use the forbidden word just to get the point across, MMO. damn you. I think that would be very difficult to do with only blueprints. I think that C++ would be your friend, and you would want somebody who's experienced with networking programming. Get loot box, add child, add little babby. So every 2 seconds it should add a loot pop-up. How much of a border on there is there? Does work though. There will be one issue with the container though, and that is that we have a limit here. We just need to wrap the loot box with a scroll box. And for the scroll box, what we want to do is not show the scroll bar. Scroll bar visibility collapsed. Consume mouse wheel never. And I think that would make it to where the scroll bar is functional but not usable. Small issue. When we add a new item, we want to get the scroll box and scroll to end. And that way it looks like that. It's adding them too fast, so that you can't really see them disappearing, but they are disappearing. And it should never be scrollable. Hopefully. And it shouldn't consume mouse wheel, so it might not consume mouse wheel, but I think that it will still be clickable. I can fix that. Non-hit testable self and all children. Yeah. Okay with the networking stuff itself, but I'm not sure how to wire up the data I received to the actual game world. I've never worked on a multiplayer game. I've worked on games that became multiplayer. I've never been there when that has occurred. For Darkest Dungeon, it occurred after I left. And same with Forever Skies. And then Train Life never had multiplayer. Thank God. Players wanted it. I'll tell you that. They didn't seem to get that it would be a massive amount of work and require a complete overhaul of the entire game systems. Okay. Let's see then. We should be able to hook this up pretty easily now that we have it there. We only need to just send it certain information. What engine was Darkest Dungeon in anyway? It was a proprietary engine made by the programmer, and I think he had been working on it for... I'm going to give a figure that I think was the right number, but I could be wrong. I think he was working on it for like 5 to 10 years before Darkest Dungeon was made. It was a very well-made engine, really, really well organized and commented. I was able to look at a lot of the source code, and yeah, the guy knew what he was doing. Hey, Dremux, no surprise, stupid decision. I think the biggest issue that they had with the engine was that they didn't have a good UI solution. So they had to like manually pixel for pixel place things on the screen with files. So you'd have a file like, I don't know, like roster menu, and it was like 566 by, you know, 812 on the screen, and then you had, you know, roster menu list, and yeah, it was just like it was really, I feel bad because I imagine that it must have just been hell to deal with. But the game worked, you know, for what it was, it worked. And I don't know if they're still using that engine for Darkest Dungeon 2. I was not around for any talks about Darkest Dungeon 2. Oh, they used Unity. Probably a smarter choice. I don't know what the programmer's up to these days. Oh, he's the tech director for Red Hook now. Good for him. He was a nice guy. People hate the company. Oh, for Unity. I was thinking Red Hook for a second. Like, really? Unity's a great engine. People think. People hate the company. Yeah, I mean the engine's fine. The only thing I don't like is that there's two versions, where China has a version with like better tech in the engine, like ray tracing and all this cool shit, and like, what the hell is that? That's so stupid. Where's my reward? Function. Did I put that in the game instance? No. Did I? Update ingredient inventory. It is in my game. I should remove it from here. I should put this in the function library. Didn't know this sounds like BS. It's actually true. China Unity version, and it's completely separate. Yeah, they call it Unity China Edition. And they have a version of Nanite and Lumen, which most likely they stole from Epic. Yeah, here's them showing off virtual geometry. And this is only available in the Chinese version. It's not available in regular Unity. They wouldn't get sued because China doesn't care about patents. I don't know what really happened. These must have unfinished feature, changing features all the time. There is a lot of that. Yeah, Unity, there's not a lot of support for the core modules, I think they call them. And a lot of the stuff that you get off of the store is, it's a crapshoot whether or not it's going to remain supported or not. Is what I've heard from people who work in Unity a lot. Yeah, I should move both of these over to the function library. Update ingredient inventory. I gotta move these over. Update ingredient inventory. Pulls in a F name, a boolean, and an integer. Ingredient ID. B is being removed. Amount to add. Is the situation less bad on Unreal? I'd imagine the store is filled with junk also. There's junk, but most of the time the things in the Unreal store are kept up to date. And the default modules for Unreal are generally more stable and expansive because Epic is actively making a popular game in the engine while updating the engine. Unity does not do this. They should be doing this. If Unity was smart, they would have their own, like, you know, Genshin Impact, essentially, where, because that's made in Unity, where they can develop that game while updating the engine and keep a core set of modules up to date along with it. And they don't do that. And I think that a lot of people will just choose Unreal because so many things out of the box just work. Especially things like networking, which I've heard in Unity is pain in the ass. Unity is a really, really good engine if you know how to build games and you know how to program properly. It's a very good engine. It's very stable, very expansive. And the same problems that exist in Unity for new developers exist also in Unreal. People who don't know how to utilize Unreal properly will make really shitty, unoptimized games. Current inventory, loop item. Current loop index. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of broken shit here. But we'll do it. There's so many games made with Unreal that run perfectly well. There's a time, haven't tracked this different now, when people were like, oh, made with Unity, BS sucks, and devs would pay just to get rid of the logo so it doesn't hurt their image. That was like older version of Unity. That was back before Unreal 4 came out. And Unity was kind of it was assumed to be the best starter engine for new developers. So people kind of just followed like the same really old shitty tutorials on how to make a Slender Man horror game, and that's why you just basically had copy pasta Russian malware horror games, if I can be a little bit rude about it. They weren't malware, but they were just they just all felt the same. They all felt exactly the same. They ran the same because they were all just built off of the same tutorials. That the only things that existed for players. Check ingredient types discovered. Yeah, I could call that from here. It's a little awkward, but I can do it. That's just done for the tutorial. We do set by reference, so I don't actually expect that this would be problematic. Just need to check all references of this. Shouldn't be that many. More than I thought there would be. Okay, let's fix these up then. Mission rewards pop up. Commission rewards pop. What? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what this is. We do use this one. Jar list item. Update ingredient inventory. ID is being removed. I can see there's some old shit here. Ingredient buttons. Yeah, we do need these. There's only one call of this though. Here's the thing, there are some cases where adding an ingredient to the inventory I don't want for the pop-up to show. And I think we should add a boolean for that. We show on loot widget. What do we need to, we need to pass through the icon, the name, and the amount. The good thing is we do have the amount to add. We do a okay, we would only run this once. Update ingredient inventory, that's good. And then we could specify exactly when that should appear. Show loot pop loot. I feel like it should be part of this. I mean, I could make it private. I could do it that way. I want to reuse the same thing for the various functions. Try it this way. We need a texture 2D or icon. We'll want a text or loot name. And then we want the amount. There should be a get ingredient, like data. Get ingredient struct. Break. Display. Get string. Table. Strings. Text out, icon, amount to add. but only if show on loot widget is true. Bit awkward, isn't it? Hey, Datu. Hope your Friday's going good. Going well. Bad grammar. Electric catfish. Good catch. Thursday? No, it's not. It'll be early morning Friday for you. Show on loot widget. The ingredient buttons, we don't want to show this on loot widget. We don't want to show it on jar list item either. We could show it on the commission rewards pop-up, but I'm going to not do it there, at least for the moment. The only place where we actually want this to show is on the, for now, the collectible ingredient here. Four AM Friday, which I still count as my Thursday. Got base 70 stats, 80 magic, and 90 hunter. Damn. I also really like the hunter guild update. It makes it so much faster. Like the XP is good. I get less bored than sitting at, like, I don't know, salamanders all fucking day. Good addition. Good addition. I was kind of hoping the new Herblore minigame would be like a Herblore guild. Would be pretty sweet. Or like an alchemist guild. I just crashed the engine, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. Oof. Oh, it's because I was compiling collectible ingredient. That's right, that's all the collectible ingredients in the game. Ooh, I thought I crashed. Let's save everything. Oh, that's right. Okay, I was like, this is weird. We update the ingredient inventory, but we don't add or remove anything. What this does is it sneakily adds a data to your inventory that you have discovered that ingredient subtype. Sneaky, sneaky, cheeky, breaky. Finally started to do RTO kills without dying. Trying to get another piece of Void Waker from him? Or are you just doing the achievements? strategy of just fucking leaving. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the new boss. I just don't like the wilderness. And I don't care if like there's some good money makers. It's just not. I don't know. It's just too much stress. Call me crazy. Oh, just the Slayer task and the achievement. Yeah. I did that too. The only one that I actually somewhat enjoy killing is Calvarian. Because there's like no bullshit to him. You can avoid pretty much all damage. Just with, you know, good clicking and prayer. Which is just pray melee. And then escaping from him, you're right by Ferox Enclave. You're sub 20 wilderness. So if, you know, somebody pops in, you just immediately teleport, right? And if you have enough food, you can usually run away and get to Ferox. I do like him. I know RTO is also near Ferox, but I don't know. Calvarian actually feels decent to me. I think his loot is better too. I could be wrong on that though. RTO is like 72,000. Calvarian. Oh, it's a little bit worse. Hourly profit 3.2. Yeah, actually his hourly profit is higher because he's just, you can kill him faster. One day I'll go back though, you know, I'd like to get at least the Ring of the Gods. It would be a cool drop. I don't like the Wilderness PvP is opt-in in RS3 now, but instead Rune Dragon can just spawn on you and insta-kill you if you stay... What? A Rune Dragon can explain that to me? How does that function? The fuck is this? What is going on here? The amount to add one. Connect up. Delete these. Boom. Did we ever remove the wilderness threat system last year? I don't know. Here's the thing, you know, I think most MMOs, I've been thinking about this a lot, like most MMOs seem to struggle with catering to the PvP community and PvE communities. I think PvP MMOs were a lot more popular back in the day. They're not so much now, just because I think that better PvP games exist than MMOs. So I think that the niche for PvP and MMO games is shrinking more and more. And I don't think OS or us would really lose a lot if they just removed it, or if they just had worlds specifically for PvP. How does new MMOs PvP? Is Throne and Liberty PvP, or is it just, does it have PvP in parts of it? Like, I don't know anything about Throne and Liberty. Also doesn't have the greatest of reviews. PvPvE. Is PvP enabled everywhere? Is it enabled in certain areas? You know, what happens when you die? The endgame is mainly PvP. It's mostly PvP. PvE is there to facilitate the pay-to-win. PvP is to incentivize it. I'd have to watch some gameplay. Are there servers where PvP is not enabled? Is it, you know, just tell me a little bit of like how it works. Because I wouldn't imagine that a PvP, you know, primarily PvP MMORPG would actually be that popular amongst MMO players. You can avoid it. It's always enabled, but you have zones. Okay. There's no open PvP. Okay, so that's what I was wondering. Is like, is it everywhere, or are there just zones? Do people avoid the zones? Throne and Liberty PvP map. I'd be curious to know how many players actually engage in the PvP. Only focus on group versus group PvP, but in special areas, arenas, etc. You're not forced to do it if you don't like it, but it is the main focus of the game. Okay. Is there any information here that shows like a PvP area? I think group versus group PvP though is definitely going to be more appealing to players than individual PvP. Why doesn't it show? I have zones clicked on, but is that not what it is? Oh, it just shows the names, okay. There's 2 arenas, so like this whole place is PvP, and there's a PvP arena here. There's zones. Are some of these zones with PvP enabled? Yeah, I don't know how to process this information. Is it, you know, if it's like if you don't know old school RuneScape, you know, it has this wilderness area which is where you can perform PvP, but it is only this area, this box up here, this. Everything else is not PvP enabled unless there's like a mini game, but you know, that's opt-in, that's like an arena. And so it's like, okay, if you don't like PvP, just don't go out here. Simple. There's no content that you need to do out here, and there's some content that you might want to do, but you can do pretty safely, because you keep the 3 most expensive things that are on you if you die. Remember the golden era of Castle Wars? Yeah. Now it's dead. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I would like Throne and Liberty, just because I do mainly play MMOs solo, and I don't like PvP at all. I just want to go around, explore, complete quests, level up, do some dungeons. But I don't really want to do dungeons with other people necessarily. I like doing dungeons either alone or with people that I know, but I don't know anyone. So it's like, for me, old school RuneScape's the best because it's really solo friendly. I tried New World. It wasn't super solo friendly. Seems alright, but I'm too scared to commit to a Korean game. I know exactly what you mean when you say that. It's like when I see Nexon, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I know what the monetization is like in this game. Loot slider container. I want to create the widget first. Create widget. Most new MMOs have not really appealed to me. They're either like, okay, we have, you know, this cool big open world that you can explore, also PvP. And then you have others that are just like half finished, right? Like PAX Dea, which is just, okay, it's a cool concept, but it's so early in development that I don't know, you know, I don't want to commit to that either. And then it's like, okay, well, that also PvP. Like, why can't we just have a nice MMO where you don't throw PvP in my face? I guess PoE 2 is right. We'll be playing PoE 2. Brighter Shores, maybe. I don't know if Brighter Shores has PvP, actually. I'll be trying that. Cauldron Chronicles as well. This looked really interesting, and I don't think this would have PvP, right? Or I don't think it would be a core focus. But the gameplay looked interesting. Probably going to be pay to win. But I'll still try it, because it looks quite well made. Played Lost Ark till level 60, and I'm not a huge fan of that kind of MMO. I tried Lost Ark. The main problem I had with Lost Ark personally was that it was really fucking pay to win. And it was like, okay, why would I play this over PoE? Longbone from RTO. Dude, your drops there are wild. Okay, I need to create a setup widget function in here. Setup widget. Texture 2D. Text and integer. Icon. Name. Amount. Set brush from texture. Icon. Imagine getting my first... Wait, you don't have any curve bones before? Hey, Shuba Macabra. Do you have any tips when it comes to inventory systems? Make your own / get a system. That's a really good question. I think it depends on how comfortable you are with building inventories. There are some pretty good inventory systems that I think you could get for cheap, or that you might get for free even, in the asset store. But it also isn't too difficult to build your own if you feel comfortable dealing with UI. If you're not too comfortable dealing with UMG, I would say that you might just be better off getting your own. But if you're comfortable dealing with UMG, I think you could make your own too. What's the complexity of the inventory that you're trying to make? You know, is it like Skyrim levels of, you know, multiple tabs and different types and categories and different attributes? Or are you trying to do something simple where it's just, well, maybe like our game actually would be a pretty good example. There's my button. You know, where we have our potions and ingredients. And that's really all that we need to show here. As for prototyping, you know, I made this and I think this works pretty well for prototype. And I even have a hotbar too. And that didn't, I think that only took me a couple days to make total. What is RTO? RTO is a boss in old school RuneScape. He's like a little bear. He's in Brutish Shield for RTO for the magic. That's a pretty good idea. I see my mind is it's a bit complicated, at least Skyrim levels. There'd be several different item types too, so I have made a parent-children architecture so far. But I've got 5 items so far, but we'll probably need hundreds. How are you storing your items? Do you do like a data table? Or, you know, I don't know, like item types or whatever. You use data table? I think that's the right way to do it. Yeah, that is going to be it's going to be a lot of information to show. A lot of widgets. Child widgets. There are some out there. The ones that I know that are really good are expensive. The ones that I know that are decent are still a little expensive and probably a bit buggy, and then you're relying on somebody else's code, right? So it's like, well, you won't know as quickly if you need to change something, and it might be some spaghetti behind the scenes, right? If you have the money, the people that make narrative tales also make an inventory system. That would probably have a lot of the things that you need, as well as having, gamepad support, connection with their quest system and narrative and dialogue system, which are sold separately. Different categories, weights, descriptions, tooltips, multiplayer support. And I can at least vouch for the quality of their plugins. They're very, very good. But it is pricey. They do go on sale, so keep your eye out. But using the games by Hyper Survival Inventory, because I got it from Humble, it is okay, but I have to convert the UI to use the modern way. Are the products for the future? I think there's also. Let me see here. Orbital Market. There was that survival toolkit, right? And that had an inventory. Now this also goes on. I don't know what type of game you're making. This I've seen on sale for half price. And this is a full survival RPG game with inventory, questing. You can see here with crafting, all these things. Enemies, farming, building. Why is it not searching? Inventory. Inventory framework plugin. I haven't seen this one. It's got a grid. Okay, it's all or it's mostly exposed to blueprints. Custom shaped items. That's kind of cool. That's fun. Advanced Multiplayer Inventory V2 is $30. It's definitely crude. Crude and simplistic. It's made for like survival games though. Not really RPGs. Inventory System Pro. This is definitely like a Resident Evil style inventory. Maybe this one. Ultimate Inventory System. That's another, there's so many survival inventory plugins. Not a lot of just, traditional RPG inventory. I think I own this one, this Action RPG Inventory System. That one's not terrible, but it's also, you don't have a lot of, there's, no sorting. RPG inventory and interaction system. That's something. Market is overly saturated with survival games, you're right. That's the one you're using, this one? Or this RPG and inventory, this $75 one? Do you recommend it? Kit system. Yeah, I can see the issue now is like having a traditional RPG inventory it's not easy to find here. And I guess narrative inventory is not only a relatively decent bet, it's probably your best one for value for money. Oh, top right corner, this one? That's a lot of UI elements. Reminds me of like 7 Days to Die a bit. Or I've played a game with this exact inventory. It looks like it's good value for the money, to be honest. It's okay, but nothing is going to be exactly right for your use case, so you likely have to modify. Yeah, it makes sense. There are a lot of inventory systems, though. This one is free. I can see why. It's not bad for free, to be honest. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. For $30? This could be worse for $30. This at least has categories. For a game also had a decent inventory, we got that for free a while back. Yeah, you're right. That one is pretty good. Reject UI, do everything in the world. Oh my god. Put everything on event tick. There's your solution. Oh wait, we need amount. Nanite UI. That's to optimize it, right? Enable Nanite. Because, like, look at this. You have, like, how many triangles make up this text block? Of course we should have Nanite enabled in the text block. It just makes it more efficient. It's an idea I've always wanted to work with. I've played Astroneer. Yes, I was interviewed to work for Astroneer, but I was very much, a junior at the time, and I think they chose somebody with more experience than me. Which is kind of sad, because I would have liked to work on Astroneer. But I also love doing things in the world. I prefer that over, like, pop-up UI stuff. And we kind of have that in our game with the alchemy system, although I think it's not perfect. It's a prototype, of course it's not perfect. But I wanted to have, the building of potions actually happen in the world itself. Hey, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the channel and our chillness. Hey, you've got a new game idea? Go for it. Let's hear it. Ideas, you flirt with this guy called Spoon all day. For those who are new, Spoon is the name of our goblin NPC. Container. Get loot box. Get loot box. I named it that for fun. Add child. Why did you not use LM to generate any dialogue? Because I don't believe that people should be playing games, that humans should be playing games that are not made by humans. Why should they read my text if I didn't bother to write it? So you're scared of the robots. I just don't believe that right now large language models can deliver anything that creative or interesting, because they're built off of existing text. Imagine being new. Alexa phobia. That's exactly it. It regurgitates the same thing. It won't really create something new. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Like, I think there's some cool use cases for it in games. I just don't feel like it is a replacement for the creativity of humans. I gave a pretty good example a while back, where, because our potion making system is a sandbox and you can, put any combination of effects on your potion, that in order to have custom responses for some of those effects and combinations, I'd have to write, like a factorial amount of dialogue for that. And there is a use case there of, okay, I could use an LLM to generate in real time based on the potion that you gave or something. And that would save me, an inordinate amount of time. But we found a way around it that I think works well too. Home responses are so generic overall, so average, not spicy. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree to keep AI generated lower out. Yeah, we're not going to do any AI generation. No voices, no dialogue, no art. I know it's more expensive. I know it's more difficult, but I want games for humans made by humans. I actually think that would work right now if I picked something up off the ground. Yeah, it does work. And remember, this is just a prototype, so it's, it's not going to look great. It's not going to look pretty. What it needs to be is functional. And it is functional. You say the same thing about your face. I do. I also say the same thing about my dick. Yeah, okay. That just works. I Todd Howarded it. Not the prettiest looking, but at least you get some visual feedback that you collected the ingredient, which I guess you already got feedback because it disappears, but now you know that it's going into your inventory, and then you can see it here. We need to fix up the inventory, though. I'd like to show names here, maybe, or amounts for sure. We'll work on that. We're gonna have to check out this insane TikTok. What is the TikTok of? TikTok scares me. I don't think we don't need like a sound for picking up, right? Because we already have one. So I think that we just need to hook this up with potions. So if you get rewarded a potion, we can do a little pop-up. Oh wait, if the background is transparent, it's black. Then I get rid of that. I think I know why that's occurring. Hard to explain. What is it of? Floor slider item. Because this border is black. I'll just make this I'll put another border in here. I'll wrap this with another border. This border will have no padding, and we'll make it the gray color. It's an animation, but it's cool. Okay, I'll take a look. I think I've seen this before. It was very, very creative. I saw this on Twitter a while back. It was really, really funny. It reminded me almost of a I'll show you something that this reminds me of. I can pull it up, and I think I can. From... Why can't I search for myself here? I'm trying to look in the Unreal Source Discord because it was here that I had it. But I can't seem to search for my own nodes. My own questions. Oh fuck. There was this old animation that's a game that somebody made in Unreal where the character ran on the nodes, and the nodes that were touched, it was really, really brilliant. It was very meta. Ran on nodes. It's like, I'd have to find my own post somewhere, but I can't even look up posts from myself. That's really weird. I can look up inbox. I don't know. I can't find it. It bothers me. Okay, this border we want to be gray. And now that should mean if I pick up ingredients with the transparent background. Yeah. They'll still have the border, but they won't have the black background. That works. What's the hurricane looking like? Well, the hurricane passed. Thankfully, it was downgraded quite heavily. As our resident hurricane expert, I mean, I don't know what the aftermath looks like. Hurricane Milton aftermath. I spelled aftermath. Please don't show dead bodies, Google. The flooding I heard was really bad. The surge. I'm assuming you graded. Yes, I graded the hurricane myself. Oh god. Yeah, just the devastation that a hurricane can cause is wild. The roof of the baseball stadium here was torn off, and this is where all the first responders were being housed. Which, you know, you don't want to happen. Alright, I need to add this shouldn't be referenced anywhere anymore. So it would be safe to delete, but I'll just keep it here. I want to update potion inventory. I want to move over to the function library as well. Let's copy over the local variables. That's an event dispatch. I don't want that. Okay, the first one is potion array. Current potion inventory. Index removed. Hotbar potion index. Array index. And inputs on this are potion data, which I assume is just a potion structure. Yes, it is. Remove index. B is being added. I think by default we made that true. Yes. Do you dream of potions? I dreamed for a long time of making an alchemy game. I've always wanted to do it. I just like the concept of mixing ingredients and potions and stuff. But none of the alchemy games did what I wanted them to do. They were either like shopkeeping games, which I enjoy, but they just kind of get boring fast for me. Or the alchemy itself wasn't interesting, or you couldn't really do anything that cool with the potions. And I've always kind of enjoyed or respected immersive simulators. Ones that still knew they were games. Medieval chemical philosophy having as its asserted aims the transmutation of base metals into gold, discovery of the panacea, and the preparation of the elixir of longevity. There were a lot of interesting ideas in medieval alchemy. But this is more like fantasy alchemy, rather than medieval alchemy. There's also things like the alkahest, which is a universal solvent. Which alchemists tried to find. Do that. Ocean hot bar. Update. Oh, update hotbar is a... Yeah, it's just a function here. Okay, and what we want to add is another boolean for same thing as here. Show on loot widget. Be show on loot widget. You guys have substrate in your projects. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, that's the new material stuff. Yeah. Obviously not Raptor with a stylized dating sim. I heard about this. Shit, I know a really good art director that I could speak to learn more about this. I gotta meet up with him. He's working at an old company that I used to work at. And he's just a guru with these things. And he explains things really, really well. Update potion inventory. Wow, that is a lot more usages than I thought. It was showcased in the Electric Dreams project. Did I see that? Oh, this was with the PCG as well, right? Calm down. I do think this usage of PCG is actually good, by the way. I do really like this usage of PCG. The only time I'm hesitant to use PCG is for gameplay elements. Is UE5 great on mobile? Not really. It can be done, but not really that great for it. I trust like a mobile dev. Does Cauldron Chronicles look like a mobile game? A potion inventory. They skipped over all the work needed to create a PCG like that, yeah, in their demo. They skipped over it in the demo, but I think that they had a longer set of tutorials of how they implemented it. So it is out there, it's just not in that video. I have not messed around with the PCG stuff yet. It's because I haven't needed to, you know? Want to mess around with it, but you know how it is. How to prioritize my time, yeah. I'm in the same boat. Like, sure, I could do it. But I don't need to do it yet, and there are a lot of things that I need to do that take precedence over me learning PCG. Sadly. This is old, this could just be removed. Which is way more mature now and easier to use. Looking at procedural minds on YouTube for some decent toots. I could do that. Could do. One thing I can say is we will not be using procedural generation for any gameplay elements in our game. All of the ingredients, hand placed. All of the locations, hand built. I want the game to be documentable. So we can have a wiki and it says in this location there are this many spawns of these things, here's where you find them. And that's the best use of procedural handmade maps, but the decorations should be procedural. Yeah, and I think for like linear games too, you could use that to build up the area around the playable space and then go in, you know, have your level editors or your level designers. It's the same thing with blueprints, right? Like, blueprints allow for artists and designers to do the small things and not waste the time of your programming team so that they can focus on the core, more difficult, more necessary to be performant aspects of your game. PCG allows your level artists and level designers to focus on the meat of the gameplay, and in the background and, you know, areas like cosmetic areas of your game, just get something working quickly, and you know, they don't have to spend a whole bunch of time on it. However, because it looks like a tool that could replace those people, I think certain individuals get it in their mind that PCG is a replacement for good work. Good human work, and it's not. It is there to fill in the void of the menial work that your team would have to do, and now it can do it quicker so that they can put more time and effort into making the key parts of your game even better than they were before. By someone you mean companies. Yes. I mean, I think that making games quicker to develop is without a doubt good. Like, there's no question about it. It's just saves money. It saves money. Games come out quicker. You know, it's cheaper. What was here before? Hold on. I'm sorry if I kind of like start something and I don't finish it. I'm a little distracted. Blistro task done, nice. Hopefully you get something better. But hey, at least you got your... Did you get the combat achievements? Doable by solos and increases the ground they can cover. That's true too. That is also true. But if quick won't mean also quality, then is it really worth it? If doing it quick does not give you the same or better quality as before, in my opinion, it may not be worth it. You have to spend more time and money to actually make the game as it should. Like, ideally what it should be is that it saves you time so that you can spend the time that you would have spent on like that forest that he showed, actually just putting in the time to make the playable area even better than it was. This is actually an old widget. We don't even need to be updating this. But I'm doing it anyway. Alright, we have 6 more uses of this. Now this one is important. Yeah, this is the potion removal. Okay, that works. That's just really awkward. Yeah, this is just an awkward mess. Train of blueprints. Getting longer and longer with everything that I had to add to it. It's a prototype for you. This is old and unused. I will still update it. Delete, delete, delete. Add barter potions back to inventory. Do we run this? I don't think we use this anymore either. But once again, I will just update it. Okay, this one is the more important one. This is when you actually make the potion. And this 100% needs to be shown on the loot widget, is being added. And then this is also the important one, which is throwing the potion. Okay, now we need to set it up. I'm going to close everything to the right. Now on update potion inventory, we want to show the loot slider is being added true. Show on loot widget. False, simply return. Otherwise, show loot slider, and we'll need to grab the potion data. And that should have the name, the icon. It's only ever adding one at a time, so we'll just do it that way. Should work. We should be able to make a potion and it will pop up when we do it. It can be anything. Doesn't matter what it is. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Good shit. That covers 2 of our bases today. The next thing we need to do is add in... We need to add in junk. Because we have ingredients, we have potions, we need a junk tab to the inventory. So this is like things that you can't use in potions. They aren't potions, but you could sell them to merchants or maybe use them in something else. Whatever. So we're going to have to redo the inventory a little bit. Because right now the items that are added to the inventory are... There's a boolean to determine if they are potions or not. And obviously this is slightly different. This is just junk. So I think we'll change that to like an enum. We'll also need a new tab in the inventory itself for junk. Should be easy to do. And then we need to start actually defining what junk is. And then we can have the loot pop-up show that. We'll also need to rework the narrative event where we reward players from like dialogue to allow for rewarding of potions and junk as well. And we'll probably need a new info panel, which will be a lot more work. But we'll start with the inventory, and then we'll worry about the info panel after that. I mean, we do use an overlay here. We just have to make a new overlay panel for junk items. I don't think it'd be that much work, but we'll see. I'm probably wrong. We'll call this like other. Rather than just junk, we'll call it other. Now, I think that I did set this up. Yeah, I did set this up so that we could add more inventory tabs selected, because I felt like we would have another inventory tab for this junk. So the good thing is I don't think it will be that crazy of work to enable this. We'll need to go into the game instance and add ST player inventory. This could cause issues. We'll need to make a new structure for like other. ST inventory other. And right now we don't have anything in there. That'll be based on a we'll make a data table. Or what we'll do is we'll just do F names and amounts, like ingredients. Item ID, amount. Add a variable. This is gonna update a lot of things. Ingredients, potions, other. Ingredients, potions, other. I wonder if there's any time where we build the inventory. Because like we directly set by reference these arrays when needed. I'm just not sure if there's ever any case where we are like building the player inventory and we would need to hook up this array. Guess we'll see. No errors. Let's assume that there's no problem. Okay, inventory list. We probably would have put that in. It's not this one. It's not inventory panel to show, is it? Inventory tab selected. Here it is. Potions, ingredients, other. Update tab color, we need to set this one up. This one will look a little awkward. But it will make sense. If potions is selected, then ingredients and other. Ingredients, potions. Hey, Breadman. Breadman has arrived to steal your bread. Don't steal my bread, dude. I like bread. How would you do that? Give me back my bread. Damn you, Breadman. What if I lock up my bread? Huh? What are you gonna do then? Too bad my bread now. Damn. Why would you do that to me? Why does this look awkward? Hey, thank you for the follow, Breadman. You can steal my bread every day, I see. I'm trying to do this in an efficient way, but I think it's just kind of stupid to do it that way. Yeah, that's what you get. Catch your bike. It's a lot of gold. It is a lot of gold. You're gonna throw it in the river? That's pollution. Unless you say you're sorry, then it's not pollution. Then it's okay. Or if you do it because of big oil companies. Then it's activism, right? It's a protest. You're giving back to the community. I mean, yeah, I mean, somebody might go into the river and fish it out, right? So it's like Secret Santa. Somebody doesn't have the bike yet, but somebody will have the bike. And they're going to be very thankful and wondering, who gave me this bike? Who did that? Who was nice enough to have done that? Awkward. Oh, because we need to hook up the button to that. The Wii. Okay, we do not have anything to get all of our other items. We're gonna have to set that up. Right now, it will do nothing but change the color. That's fine. No, it won't even do that because fuck me, apparently. Because we don't run update tab color. Okay, now the only thing it's going to do is change the tab color. Beautiful. Let's get some junk items added to the game. It's for placeholder. Now in our game, you make potions, you throw potions. The junk items to you are the things like swords and shields and armor. That's not you. You make... You're an alchemist, you make potions. Your potions are your weapons. Mostly came here to learn your opinion on voxels and see if they have any future in big game development. Yes. I believe so. I don't think there's anything that I would say doesn't have a potential future in big game development. I think we need a visionary to come by and redefine how we use voxels in games, if you ask me. Just like Notch did. But I don't see any reason why there couldn't be something new and fresh and exciting being done with voxels in the same way that Minecraft was back in the day. What was I doing? Junk. We need junk. We need others. Data. We'll just call it, we'll just call junk. Bucket. DT junk. I'm sorry, that's not a data table. It is a structure we need to make. ST junk. And for right now, what do we want to add to this? Probably, I mean, we need an icon. We could do a mesh and just have like a placeholder mesh thrown in. We'll do name icon. Voxels have unrealized potential. I agree. Best development I've seen is Lethal Company, which is really interesting. Lethal Company is a well-made game. Didn't the creator of that burn out? I feel kind of bad about that. But it happens. I mean, I can imagine your game goes viral, people just want more and more content, so now you feel pressured, whereas before it was more like you were doing it out of enjoyment, less out of pressure. It sucks. We'll do value. Static. Mesh. Icon texture 2D. We don't need name. Name is the row. At this point, she should have enough money to just pay people to add content. That's true. It's a lot of work for one person. It is. I don't know what he's doing. I think from what I last read, the guy who made it is just moving on to a new project. And, you know, that makes sense. I don't blame him for saying that, you know, I don't want to pay somebody else to make more content for the game. Because, you know, it's like, well, then now it may not be your vision, right? And people will be comparing the new content to what the old content used to be like. I think it's fair. I think he's like, okay, I've milked this for everything. He might just feel too that there's nothing else that I can milk from this. And that's understandable. We did have ingredient data and ingredient display. But we don't need as much information for junk items. And I think we can get away with just doing it in the bare bones structure. This should be okay. All right, let's make a data table for junk. DT junk. And we're just going to put 3 placeholder items in here. Do I have any junk items that we could pull from? Milk, you move half a world away and you never learned how to pronounce what you want, milk. The way the game you're making feels volumetric. Feels volumetric. What do you mean by that? Potion icons. Yeah, I want junk icons. I should have some placeholder stuff laying around here. There's a camel. I'm gonna pass on that one. Oh, cool. We do have like a sword and yeah, okay. These will work. Mommy milkers. Get out of here. We'll do the sword, a shield, and I don't know, something. A fish hook. Doesn't voxel stand for volumetric pixels? Well, a game that would be like, you know, voxels like Minecraft or, oh god, what was the name of the game? Teardown. This voxels, also there's Shadows of Doubt. This is voxels. Our game is just stylized. So it isn't voxels, but it is very stylized and like vibrant. T fishhook. We'll just call it sword and shield. Now we use, for potions we don't have names for those. We do for ing, we use ing for ingredients, E for effects. Let's use J for junk here. Let's go J. Fishhook. That's not the proper way to do it. Fish underscore hook. J sword. J shield. Icon. Fishhook. Sword. Shield. Mesh we don't have. I could just do a placeholder mesh for these. Might have meshes actually. Let me see. Watched a bunch of YouTube unboxings and I'm fascinated by them. They are really cool. And like Ice Creek and I are saying, I think that we both agree they're unreal. There's unrealized potential. That when people think voxels, they think of Minecraft. But you know, another game that I think used voxels well was Teardown. But I mean, and look at the ratings on this, right? 95% positive. This guy has made bank.
On behalf of Tuxedo Labs and Saber Interactive, I'd like to introduce you to Teardown, a sandbox game that features a simulated and fully destructible voxel world. Built with a cutting-edge custom game engine, beautiful environments are brought to life in a one-of-a-kind way using interactive and realistic physics.
Yeah, very well made. I was following this guy developing for a while and
there are story campaigns,
super knowledgeable and capable.
as well as a bunch of user-created mods you can install to completely change your experience.
What's the best way to do destructible environments without voxels?
Teardown's campaign hands you.
You can use things like Deep Rock Galactic, which I think are actually just really large voxels for the world, for like drilling holes and shit. I don't quote me on that though. Voxels need to be, what is this, the spill? Dev Hangout live stream. That's pretty cool. Featuring some exceptional developers. I want to do that. Oh, it already happened. And Shrouded used voxels? Let's see if we have any static meshes for swords and shit. We have these two. It's kind of a lame looking sword. I also have this one, this ice sword. That one looks pretty cool. It looks like... Okay, you know what? You're right. It looks like junk. Actually, no, it fits. Fair enough. You win. Shield. This one looks like junk too. I don't have a fish hook though, but I could model a fish hook. I'd quickly kit bash one. Seems like John Lynn made a breakthrough on them about 2 years back. Sadly no sense. Trebuchet throws a boulder and part of the wall crumbles. I don't know what you could do to push the medium of voxels further, but I would like to see it. Let's model a fish hook. Art. Fish hook. I should have Asset Forge around here somewhere. And remember, it does not have to look pretty. It just has to look functional. What was the rotate? Oh, Q is rotation, that's right. When is Fab coming out? Did it not already come out? How long have you been working on the game? 142 days of development. What we're at. It doesn't have to line up perfectly. It's going to be so small anyway that players aren't going to see it. Just a prototype. I'm just gonna use a spike, just, I don't care. There we go. All I need is some junk items in the game. Fantastic. An absolute professionally modeled fish hook right here. Looks so fucking stupid. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, OBJ. Fish hook. SM fish hook. I didn't. Fucking merge blocks first, please. I feel like I have to make so many compromises to shorten development time to a reasonable level. Yeah, yes. You will have to do that. It depends on what your goal is, right? You know, if your goal is to get a team, get funding, do the whole game properly with more than just yourself, then you don't have to make certain, some compromises. At least not yet. If you're making it just completely solo, yeah, you'll have to make compromises. How tiny it is. Maybe a fishhook wasn't that great of an idea. Because it's junk, yes, but the player may, you know what, whatever, just fuck it. It's placeholder, who cares? Who gives a shit? It probably isn't ever even going to be findable in the world. Yeah, August. Tired again? You're always tired. I mean, I'm always tired too. Metal. Got back from the gym? Sounds like that could have been time spent making your game. It's also just your favorite emote, fair enough. YouTube, stop it. Good enough, look at that. We could even go for no roughness. Wow. Super shiny. We'll do a little bit. You delegated to someone else? Good. Are we looking at metal balls? Because we like balls. There, now if we ever want to put this in the world, which we probably won't, we have a metal kit bashed fishhook. It looks great. Can you add something cool? Depends. Like a hot air balloon that we can fly. That's that might take me a little bit of time, to be honest. Planes and helicopters? I mean, it's a fantasy world. I don't know if there's much room for that. How are we gonna move around? Yeah, we're gonna walk. You take the train. I don't think there's gonna be a train in this game either. You expect some sort of transport. That is what legs are for. Funnily enough. Let's add these into the string table. Hope the Warthog can drive like everyone else. Flying broomstick. I'll be honest, I'm hesitant to add any sort of like glider or ability to fly because I feel that it takes people sometimes out of the smaller details of the game world. I'm not really a fan of the trend that cozy, relaxing, exploration-based games almost all seem to have Genshin-style gliding, or, you know, a Zelda/Genshin-style gliding and climbing walls. Joey doesn't like fun. Flying is fun. I think, no, I'm saying that there are games where I think it's fine. I'm just not the biggest fan of every single game seemingly needing to have it. Like every time we go on Kickstarter and we look at, oh, this is a Genshin-like essentially, right? Oh, of course, you can climb the rock walls. I mean, you'll have potions, right? You can have potions that will increase, for instance, your ability to jump higher. So there are ways to enable better traversal through your potions, and I feel like that doing it through potion making is more in line with what the game is going to be. Chapter, I'm sick of gotchas. I'm not that rich. Don't worry, our game will not be a gotcha game. Need to solve quadratic and trig equations, yeah. Here's our casual game. For moms on the toilet while their kid is watching Coco Melon. Getting brain rot. I need to make a function to grab all of the junk items. I'm just playing Candy Crush, yeah. What's more brain rot, playing Candy Crush or having your kid watch Coco Melon? I lean towards Coco Melon. The answer is yes. Okay, fair enough. I can't argue with that. Name a normal Minecraft YouTuber. You know, I used to like, back in the day, Yogscast, when they were doing it. Oops, don't that. The problem is Minecraft is just kind of fallen off, in my opinion. when was it on? 1.7.10 through 1.12.2. Those were the in my opinion, those were the golden era. That was the golden era of Minecraft. I think Minecraft is still good. I just don't think that it's the content creation golden era is behind us. It's such a basic game. It's a sandbox. But I think if you take a look at like mod packs from that time, from like especially the 1.7.10, these were exceptional mod packs. Especially there was like yeah, Tekkit was pretty big back at that point too. Tons of tech mods. Yeah, you had Biomes of Plenty, you had Twilight Forest, Galacticraft at that time, Tinker's Construct, Botania, Ender.io, Applied Energistics, Big Reactors, Open Computers, you had the Portal Gun, Thaumcraft, Blood Magic, Forestry, Buildcraft, Applied Energistics. This was the golden era. Thermal Expansion and Foundation. These are still updated? No, they aren't. A lot of these are not still updated, and a lot of them are just tiny fractions of what they used to be because they're updated by someone else. I tried to go back in and mod Minecraft with some of these, and they're not anything near what they used to be. In fact, Thermal Foundation is way worse nowadays than it ever used to be. Ender.io I don't think is updated anymore. Witchery isn't around anymore, I don't think. We have better mods? Create's alright, nah. 1.7.10 was the golden version of Minecraft, and it ran well. It was stable, it ran well. New Minecraft is fucking performance hog. Okay, we could create inventory. We need to refactor inventory item widget. Tab selected inventory index. Yeah, let's add some placeholder items into the other tab. You're nostalgic about the old days when you weren't hundreds of decades old. I'm just saying, like, okay, Bedrock is faster, yes, but it doesn't have the features. Java is still way more moddable, but you're right, Java is not as performant. I still, though, think that the golden age of Minecraft and content creation for it was in that timeline of 1.7.10. That was back before Microsoft owned it. The best mods were there. The best content creators were making great stuff for it. And now the newest updates are like, okay, we've spent the last half a year creating the best Minecraft update we've ever had. We have added Beetle, new recolored wood, and grass but slightly darker green. Thank you. We will see you in the next 6 months for the next big update. Just stupid kids rather than nerds. The cave update was okay. The cave update was pretty decent. Yeah, I agree with that. I did like the new cave generation. The performance though is terrible with the cave generation update. It doubled the problems that already existed with the chunks in the base game. Alchemy, data. I'm gonna make a new enum for this. Inventory item type. And we'll use this to determine, you know, to do things like, rather than is potion, we'll do is item type equal to potion, right? Oh yeah, we actually need to fill that in, don't we? That'd be a good start. Ingredient, potion, junk. You could have a system where you process reagents into new reagents like distillation or burning it into ash. That's a good question. Because of course we have processing into various states, but you specifically mean processing into separate ingredients altogether. I think that is worth exploring, so I cannot say yes or no. But I will copy what you said. I like the idea. The question will be how do we accomplish it? How do we show it? And will it be too much complexity? That just needs to be thought about. I think it's worth using a dynamic mesh for player terrain building system to minimize vertices, even though the building functions are themselves expensive. Worth using a dynamic mesh for player terrain building system. I suppose it depends on complexity. Because while the building functions themselves are expensive, the resulting mesh would probably be a lot more optimized for larger, more complex meshes. So it's kind of a trade-off. It's kind of like tit for tat, isn't it? The chance would be to make a bunch of blocks, but that probably won't scale well. Yeah, I could see that. Get ingredient from index, get potion from index. We need to make a new function. Get junk from index. Technically, the building functions will only be expensive during building mode. It should be fine during gameplay. I don't see a problem doing it then. I think scalability would be the more important thing to ask yourself. Like, which one will give you a better time down the road? Like, will the investment now pay off in the future? And I think it would. Shouldn't be worried about vertex count, but I'm building a mobile game. That is a good point. Forgot about that. Sorry, I'm allergic to vertices. Probably optimization would be better then. Because there's a variety of hardware that you need to have the game run on. God, you didn't say allergic to bullshit. No, I create bullshit. I'm not allergic to it. That'll work. Test mobile build to see if it will make my old Android explode. That sounds like a good idea. Why? Oopsies. Do we, hold on, when we return potion from index, we return the potion structure. When we return index, we do return the structure. Okay, so we need to do that too. We just need to grab the structure for that. I was wondering about that. Get junk struct. What if you hired C418 to make music for Cauldrons? Would it fit? I don't know if he'd fit for this. I'd have to think about that. It'd be pretty expensive though, I bet. if... No, it's execute. And then... Clueless fool, I have a graphic drawing tablet and keyboard so I can be art director, creative director, head animator, music man, sound engineer. You know, you say that and it sounds funny, but I knew a guy who unironically, believed himself to be capable of having that number of roles and being perfectly capable of doing it. Oh no. Get junk struck. And then we can output that. Wink. Okay, inventory item. Let's clean this up just a tad. How my game's sound design will go eventually. Going to work with one of my friends who studied music at the conservatory in Amsterdam. That in combination of the F mod. Depending on what your game is, the sound can really just change the way that it feels and plays. In a good or bad way. That's the magic. Okay, let's see. Get junk from index. Break. Set brush from texture. Play any song after hearing it once. That's a pretty amazing ability. I have a similar ability. I can recreate most household noises after hearing them once. And the drunker I am, the more likely I am to do this. My favorite machines to mimic are washing machines and dishwashers because they usually sing at you. Here's the thing though, I don't recreate them exactly. I will sing them in what can only be defined as a very offensive sounding voice that mimics somebody with less than optimal mental faculties. Think of that what you will. Okay, do we use B as potion anywhere else? Yes, to switch info panels. The problem is we do not have the other info panel made yet. I will just do this for the moment. Ingredient, false potion. Just placeholder for that one. On mouse button down, item type. Those should be the only uses, which means that ingredients... Well, let's see. Let's see what happens here. Okay, that'll happen. Perfect. Sorry I offended you. Unreal. Crucify him. Anyone here seen Jesus Christ Superstar? The movie rock opera? It's a guilty pleasure movie of mine. The music is so fucking good. You have some like invalid structure errors or something. We have 2. Let me fix these. Enforce ingredient inventory to 99. Oh, I do need to fix this up a little bit. Hopefully that'll fix that, and then we have one more in potion inventory item. Remove potion from inventory. It's dangerous. It should grab those. Oh, I don't have it actually building those, do I? Yeah, get all junk. I think all this could just be copied directly. Switch to junk tab. Yeah, we don't have an info panel for these yet, so there is that. We knew that though. We do have junk. Do you have my messages on Discord? No, I have no messages on Discord right now. Yeah, I don't have any. Info panels. New folder. Inventory. Junk panel. I don't even know what this should look like. Discord is that? Not mine. I'm on streamer mode, so I don't have any sounds on mine. He's gaslighting us? How? He does have sounds? I don't have sounds. Here, have some fish boost, you guys. Get your fishing in. How do we want this to look? Let's do something small. Let's do icon, name. We could do a description. I forget where we put the item type. We had that on ingredient panels. Well, that was here. So we could do ingredient type. We could do amount owned. And then like a value. I think that would work. Yeah, I'm the art director. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. This is fine. This will work. Nice, small, simple little junk panel. I don't know if we can have paint in dark mode. The funny thing is I have Photoshop on this computer. I just find it easier to load up paint and just start drawing. Whatever. WBP junk info panel. Just fill it black and draw with white. Okay, that's fair. I could do that. Look at you coming in here with your logic and your reasonings. Just spamming all the commands, huh? Big Mama Pickle? What the fuck is a Big Mama Pickle? Yeah, go ahead and try to ban me. You want me to try that that command? I could give it a try. Maybe the banning works for me. All right, where's my border? You're muted, no talking. Did we do 2 padding on this? Yeah, it looks too thick. Actually, I don't think our other inventory panels have a border on them. They don't. Now they do. I'm also using a darker color here. I'm using 333. Those are my 2 favorite colors of gray, and they're really easy to remember. In the hex, just do all 3s or all 6s. And you get pretty good contrast on things too when you use that, because this one is the all 6s, this one's all 3s. Or this one might be all 2s. Oh, this is a different one. Okay, I don't use that one then. I'm gonna make some beef jerky tonight. I bought a steak. Pretty lean. I have to go make some marinade. I'm just gonna soak it overnight. All right, let's see. We have a horizontal box plus a vertical box. So we'll start with that. And on top of that, we have vertical. So we have a vertical with 2 horizontal boxes. Top horizontal box has a image and then another vertical box. This will have text and then a border text. I want to keep it consistent, you know? Text within there and another text block underneath. I'll start with this eye icon. This is 128, right? Yeah, 128. And in this box, I put padding of where's the padding here? Oh, there it is, 15. I could do that here. I could put padding of 15 on everything. We'll put padding on this vertical box of 25 on the left. Let it fill. Center this. Right side this. Border. What did I use here? Roboto, regular 20. Black. Where's the space in here coming from? Ten on top. Not on the bottom though, interestingly enough. We have 15 on the top from here. Let's just do 10. Will be junk item name. Junk item description. We do have an explicit text wrapping set up here. I don't think that's super necessary because we have the size box. I don't like that. I want more padding in there. Looks better. Item type, which will be junk. We have the other horizontal box here, which we will use to fill. And I'll do what? We wanted the amount and the value, so that's 2 text blocks. One of them all the way to the left. One of them all the way to the right. And on the bottom. And let's say the junk item description. We can always give this a specific text limit if we want. We could make it a scroll box too, actually. Although we'd have to specify an exact size for this thing. Let's say 180. And I'm going to move the junk item type below the icon. A square. There we go. I'm gonna do padding on this. Horizontal box, we're gonna do 15. I think that looks okay. I think it looks okay. T name. T description. This is the item amount. The amount. T value. And that looks to be everything. could even put one of these spacers in between if we want. I do like using these. Oops, don't do that. In which case I will give more padding on the left and right here. Yeah, that'll work. The player won't be able to utilize the scroll box here, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I doubt we'll have anything that is that large. I'm gonna put another border on here though. And blackify it. Okay, that looks good. Junk info panel created. Let's do our setup widget. For the other inventory panels, when we set it up, do we only take in an ID? We do. So let's keep it consistent and we'll just bring in the junk item ID. Get junk structure. Break. We don't have a description on there yet, but we can do that. That'll be easy. J fishhook description. Actually, an even easier way of doing this. Data table row handle. Description. Oh, thank you for unmuting me, Mr. Yapper. I mean, that's a pretty good name for me. I can accept this. Fish. Book description. Why am I not getting raptor bucks? You should be getting raptor bucks. Yeah, channel points are still on. Set brush from texture. Description and name. It's string. Not that one. Junk item ID from table. Strings. Set text. Alright, that's name handled. Description will be I'm just gonna promote this to a local variable. Junk data. Okay, and then description. Break. S string. And we need value and amount. I didn't make this a variable. Now value we can get. Amount that the player owns will be a little bit, I mean, it's not difficult at all, but it'll just be a little bit more tricky. We just need a loop. The good thing is because all F names are hashed, this is a pretty fast and efficient check that it's doing. Even if we have a lot of junk items. Build string prefix X. Then break the loop. And lastly, but not least, we need the value hook these up and return. That should be good. That should fill out all the data. Close that. Switch to junk tab, create, setup item. This should be fine. What we need to do is hovering over the inventory item. Setup panel, the potion data. This is the wrong one. This is the right one. Yeah, I need to add another inventory panel to show. Put it in the junk. We could just pass through item type, to be honest. Like, this is kind of unnecessary. But it's okay. Oh, this is the wrong place to put it up. Hold on. No, this is fine. What we need to do is do a switch here. It's a little bit backwards. We should add a crash counter. I don't even want to know what number that shit is up to. Alright, where's my inventory? We need to add the junk info panel here. Sorry. By default, that should not be visible. We'll fix that. Oh, thank you. You saved nothing. I appreciate that. Let's do this. Let's get the junk info panel. Get ingredient, or get junk from index. I will have that return the ID as well. Junk ID, junk data. We are very close. I think I'll break this up just so it's a bit better organized. And you know what? I think with how much progress we're making today, I think that there's one other thing we can do. It's really small, but it should be kind of fun. We have a couple of these packs around the game world, and they don't do anything. And I always wanted to make them collectible and give you some random loot. And that should be really, really easy to do. I'm going to do it today. That is the wrong panel. Ingredient info panel. Collapsed, collapsed, visible, collapsed. Collapsed. Yeah. Ocean panel. Junk. It's, I think for this one it'd be okay if it was like in the middle or something. But hey. All the information is updating properly. The one thing that isn't... There we go. When it crashed, it didn't fix that aspect. Now, the last thing I'll do here is see if I can get this in the middle. I can. We now have junk in the game. I believe I can add it. Actually, I don't know if I have a function yet to add junk into the game. So there are still some issues with getting it into the game world. Oh, thank you for not being centered. Why do you do that? I centered you. Is it because of this? I bet it's because of the scale box. It's shrinking it. It's putting it exactly to the size that the panel should be. I want it in the middle. Maybe if we anchor it there. I don't like that. I don't understand why that's not in the middle. Do I need this scale box? I know why we did that. I can fix it. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm gonna do it. why. Are you winning? No. I don't know why this is not... I don't know why it's not being in the middle. I know it's to do with the scale box. I don't think it would be the overlay. The overlay just overlays them. It's something with the scale box. Pushing it up there. Unreal Engine is an enigma. It is sometimes. You're not wrong. If I take out the scale box. Okay, maybe it isn't the scale box. Let me widget reflect this. I'm just confused. Can I not see it? Being a bitch. I can't get it because it doesn't stay up like that. I have to be quick. You'll notice it when there's a green outline over this. And I have to press escape at the right moment. Damn it. I mean, I can see the info panel here. Do I need the overlay? The reason I did the overlay is because, you know, I could just do separate scale boxes for these. I think. I think I had these at 0.85. Even though that seems a bit small. It's just messy. Is the origin of this, it's like it doesn't matter where the I don't think it matters where the anchor is on this. I think this would fix it. Although very awkwardly. I mean, it does work. It just looks really, really weird because they're all just in like different locations because they're being centered. The only one I want centered is this one. What if I just didn't include the junk panel in the overlay? What if I just manually place this? I don't think anybody would hate me for that. What is it? Come on. Oh, because I fucked around. Oh, I fucked with it. That's why. Oh, it's because no, it's hold on. It's because I fucked with it in here. You would despise me. I mean, that's understandable. Any sane person would. Down there. What am I doing? What is this like keep getting fucked up every time? Why is the alignment fucking up with this? Can we not? What's going on? I don't like the clicking. Yeah, left clicking. Well, it's in your junk tab. That's why there's swords and shields. This is junk. You can't do anything with it. You adding KCD combat. Just so you know, by the way, when Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out, I will be stabbing everything. I will win the game through stabbing. Can I make it not consume the click? Is there a way to make to do that where clicking doesn't trigger the event on mouse leave? Maybe somebody's run into that. UE5, clicking on mouse leave. Clicking on which it triggers its on mouse leave event. Ended up throwing a handled check in the widget's on mouse down event as a catch-all to prevent the widget from ignoring all input. On which one? Hold on. I gotta pull that back up. On mouse down. We have on mouse button down though. Maybe we just need to return a handled on the false. That could be it. Yes. Right click, however, on potions because they can get dragged still fucks up, so what we need to do is, can I make a key? Just a key structure. Uh, how can I determine if the key being clicked is the right one? Analog in it just keeps going backwards. Because I don't want the right click to do that. UE5 on mouse button down. It seems to be to swap out on mouse button down with on preview mouse button down. Oh, I could specifically say right mouse button. Let's try this. Yeah, it's fixed. Okay. Okay, I think that's literally everything for adding junk. The couple of things we need to do is get junk actually added into the world and be able to interact with it. Which I think we could do. Being able to actually just pick it up and add it to your inventory. We have update ingredient inventory, update potion inventory. We also then need to make one for update junk inventory. Junk inventory. Junk, yes. Junk like swords and shields. Some girls interact with my junk and add it to her inventory. Yeah, give that one a try. Give that one a try. We'll see what happens. Could I just... copy all of this. Or duplicate all of this. And say update junk inventory. Save myself the massive amount of time and headache. You're the Rizzler. I knew it. Oh, that's inventory. Other. BG3 style bear fucking win. I think I'm gonna pass on that one. I don't know if I want to contribute to the horniness epidemic. That's my hot take. Okay, here's the thing. I don't mind making the horny, okay? I like the horny. Okay, I enjoy horny. I enjoy being horny. I just think that there is, to me, in my mind, I'd like a standard of quality to be met. And I think that bear fucking just does not meet that standard. Make a game called Cauldron Chronicles. They want to cut them with the Super Troopers. The fuck? I don't remember that. We need to get a ref. Get a ref. Set by ref. There. Make. Boink boink. I mean, maybe I'm old-fashioned or just particular. I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? But if I'm gonna play some RPG game with romanceable NPCs, or if I can flirt, I'd at least like it to feel a little realistic. You know, if there's a date scene that you could go on with a character, like in Baldur's Gate, you know, I romanced Karlach my first playthrough, and you can go on a date with her, and it is like 5 lines of dialogue. It's really not that. It's like, it means nothing. It doesn't have really that much memorable impact, and it's like it's a build up. It's built up. It's built up. It's built up. And then it's just kind of done, and there's just like nothing there. I don't know. feel like it's a missed opportunity. Put it that way. And I'd kind of rather have well-written, fleshed out, deep dialogues with characters than just, oh, okay, you can bear fuck. Like, okay, well... this isn't meaningful to me. You know, when I look back on the game, I don't think, oh, do you remember that really deep dialogue and that emotional impact of that thing that happened? Because nothing emotional happened. I think people who wrote the date dialogue for BG3 haven't been on many dates. It could be that, or it could be that it's like, you know, they're trying to write it in a way that's tabletop-esque, and yeah, a lot of the tabletop, you know, kind of things like that are really shallow, I guess is the word to use here. I really missed an opportunity now to make fun of BG3 players. Where is this thing that you sent? Where is it? Oh, I see it.
Yeah. Hello down there. Are you okay? Excuse me. There. There, fucker.
Yeah, I don't know if I can show that on Twitch, but nobody report me. That is pretty good. I like that. Junk ID. Get junk structure. Some Git string. What was the? Oh yeah, it's in the wait. No, it is the name. Git string. Oh, pick up. Yeah, you know, I think that in like I don't know, like a visual novel or something that's just you don't want there to be deep character relationships where you don't expect it. I think it's okay for like a character in the game to be main character sexual, which is what every character in Baldur's Gate 3 was. They had no preferences. They liked you, and for the most part, no matter if you chose to be good or bad, they still liked you. To me, that ruins the potential depth that those characters can. It just doesn't make them feel like they're actual people. Like, it takes me out of the immersion. And if you don't have that conflict, I think that you miss out on a lot of opportunities for deep, interesting conversations about morality or ethics. I did like Shadowheart. I do think that Shadowheart, because she is so reserved and I think Lae'zel too, because they're so conflicted internally, and they're not immediately friendly to what I think most players will play as, especially if you play as like a good character. Although Shadowheart is, she does like good things. That automatically kind of creates conflict in the party, where if you do something, you are going to experience that that disapproval. But it doesn't really go any deeper than that for the characters. It's not like it can sometimes, like Lae'zel can attack you, can turn on you, but I think that Pathfinder did a better job here, where if your alignment strays or you make certain decisions in the story that conflict with some of the characters' alignments or beliefs, they will just either outright leave or turn on you immediately, and you can kill them. And I think that they handled relationships better too. They also pretty expertly handled baiting characters with a succubus. Which I actually think was one of the best romances I've ever had in an RPG, was with the succubus. Now, but hold on, before you criticize me, she's written very well. She doesn't want to be a succubus. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like that it's harmful and it kills people, and the temptations. And so if you try to push her into that, she'll just romance not capable, and there's tons of it. There's a whole romance guide of how to romance her. And there are just a ton of ways that can lock you out. Like, don't do this, make sure you don't say these things. Don't choose the horny, avoid this horny choice. There's a lot of things that it's like, just don't do that. Don't do that. This is a horny option that will break the romance. Don't pick this option, it will break off the romance. This will break the romance. Break it. And I actually like that, because it for me, it encouraged me to actually read what I'm saying to her and to understand her point of view, her reasonings more. And then when I finally got to the ending and I finally was able to romance her, it actually felt like a reward of, I didn't just choose the right options, but I actually chose, I tried to live and speak to her in a way that wasn't going to bring up like this PTSD and this trauma and all this shit. It was very well made. And that's how I banged a succubus. So thank you for that. Thank you for listening to my story, guys. All right, we should have junk inventory. Let's try making something like a junk item to pick up. Now we do have a pickup. I gotta think here. We have a pickup item, right? We have collectible ingredients. We have object with tooltip. We don't really have a just general pickup item. And I don't think collectible ingredients are exactly what we want, because we don't want these to respawn. We want these to just be, you've collected it. So maybe let's just make a general collectible. And this will inherit from... Oh god, what's the class? Actually, it is just called a collectible, isn't it? No, it's interactable. One thing I don't like about that is you have to read a guide while you play a game to get the ending you want. I don't think you need to. I think that there is a guide, but that it's very clear that if you choose the horny options, or you do evil things to people, that's going to break the romance. And just, so don't choose those. Because navigating the world doesn't feel natural and logical. With which thing? I think if the character's a lot, like, personality is written in a logical, understandable way where you can say, okay, being horny with this person, clearly this is not what's desired. I'm not going to choose those options in the future. If it's all over the place where sometimes she would laugh at it, sometimes she would hate it, that's really frustrating. Like, yes, it might be more realistic, but it's also frustrating to play through because it's, what's the word? It's inconsistent. EP collectible. We need a static mesh. I need variables for the inventory ID. It's a collectible. I'm just trying to think of the structure we want here. Amount to add. I could have like an item type, but I'm thinking if we just put an inventory ID in, or an item ID, we can actually just call it. We'll need to do like a sorting bit on it. Event interact, get item ID. Let's make a function. Let's add item to inventory from ID. This is going to take the input ID and determine what kind of item it is, and then put it into the right thing based on that. Kind of silly, but it should work as like a generic. Split from start. Switch on string. We only have two types of items at the moment, which is ingredients and and junk. We have potions, but they don't have IDs. We'll have to sort that out at some point. Okay, update ingredient inventory, update junk inventory. Amount to add. Oh, we do need to take in an amount too. Amount. Item ID. Amount. Oh. It'd be an integer. '80 strength. Nice. Congrats on that. Strength 4 stem leather belt level 18. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's an old WoW meme. Yeah, sorry, I wouldn't understand. I'm just a scaper. Add item to inventory from ID. And then destroy self. I would like there to be a panel, but I'm going to take a look at the objects with tooltips setup. Yeah, we build a tooltip with just use text. I don't know if I want to use that though. I'd rather just use the info panel that we have. Would it cause any problem if I put the junk info panel on the HUD as well? I don't think it would. I don't like that it collides with the loot pop-up box, though we could always move that. For now, we'll see. Why not hire someone to do this? What, to make my game for me? Let's put it this way. The amount of money that I have in my bank account is in fact 5 digits. The problem is that the first digit is a 1. So that's why. That's why I have to do it myself. 5 Polish digits or American digits? This would be Polish digits. Actually, is it even 5 digits anymore? Oh no. Time to look how much money I have. Yeah, it would be American digits. It's 1. And first, it's the first from the left. Just brainwash someone into working for free. I am very thankful to have people working with me that are okay not receiving payment right now. We all have the same goal in mind, which is to build this game as best we can. What we have now, I will tell you, is actually much, 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 much more than most developers have when they go to publishers looking for funding. And by the time that we have what we want to have in April 2025, it will be even better than it is now. If I'm going to go and I'm going to seek funding, I'm going to do it with the best thing that I can make in the most reasonable amount of time. This needs to be elapsed. Update junk tooltip. Show tooltip. Item ID. Amount. A guy on Twitch named Athene. I do know Athene. Started a cult where people would work on his game for him for free. They all live together in a compound. That's crazy. Like a cauldron of Pepsi. Me too. What would you say is necessary or essential for a demo? Ideally, your demo is your vertical slice, right? So it is with completed assets that are, ready for shipping. You have all the licenses for it. Everything is made the way that you would want to have it in the final game, just a tiny level of the final game. Ideally. Usually, though, for indie developers, demos are not that. There are likely to be placeholders within that. I think that your demo should show off your core gameplay loop at a reasonably polished level. Because, I think the thing that players will judge the harshest of your demo will actually be some of the delivery. So if it's crashing or there's like a lot of glitches or something, it stands out and it leaves a bad impression in players' minds. So even if your world is a bit sparse, sometimes stability will at least prevent them from leaving the demo with a bad impression, even if your gameplay itself is still lacking. Better to have little impression than to have a bad impression, right? But for me, I would want to see a completable gameplay loop, some hints as to how you're going to progress in the game, some hints as to what makes your game unique and enjoyable, and to at least have a moderate level of polish to where I feel confident that if you had the time and budget, you would be able to complete the game and release it in a stable, reasonable state. if that makes sense. And time again, I see, you know, I just saw Asmongold react to this like pirate game, right? Maybe I can find it. And then I look on Steam and it's like, well, it's really, really mocked up and there's barely any gameplay there. The demo is apparently really, really glitchy. I forget the name of it. There's some pirate game. Was it this? No, it was something that isn't released yet. I don't remember what it was. Was it wait, let me see. Atlas? Nah, I don't remember what it was, but you could clearly tell that it was one of those cases where a developer with a decent amount of experience makes a demo for the game that they want to make, but it's way too early for them to be doing this. And so you get players hyped up because of what they see in the trailer, but then they play the demo and it's clearly glitchy and buggy and it turns players off. And it's like, I see this all the time. So I think if you want to go for a demo and you especially want to put it on Steam, just note that the first impression will be most people's only impression. And if you don't make a good first impression, you're kind of fucked in a lot of cases. So it's like, don't market it, don't start pushing too early because you can shoot yourself in the foot. Prefer to have my PvP perfect for the demo, but it would be missing the world map, dungeons, and mobs. What sucks about making an MMO, even if you improve it over time, most people aren't going to give it a second chance later on. There's that, and most people just won't give it a second chance because it's like, if you are lucky enough to earn the time of somebody to look at your game, with the number of games that are coming out, it is highly unlikely that they will give you a second chance if you've made a bad first impression. And I think that that's okay. As sucky as it is, I think that's okay. That's just the challenge. It's like you have to earn somebody's time, and when you earn their time, you got to make damn sure that you are, you know, giving them the time of day that they need. Or that they deserve, I guess you could say. Oop, not that. Not an output. Amount override equal to -1 is the default. I've seen a lot of my friends, unfortunately, who are very knowledgeable and capable developers. They have gone to Steam too early, and I think that it's like I said, you shoot yourself in the foot. Like, you immediately ruin a lot of your chances and possibilities. Like, you have to think of your Steam page as your marketing tool, right? And if you market too early, you waste a lot of the hype. If you market too late, you don't build up enough interest and hype in the game. It's okay to put a Steam page there and just like, but make sure that the info you put there is accurate, up to date, looks good, and then you can leave it. Then you can leave it, just, funnel people into your wish list like that. But the moment you put a demo up there, I think that people will start to download it and click on it. And that is your first attempt to win them over as purchasers. I don't think I have a vertical slice even planned out, as the mobs are animals that evolve to use magic, making an ecosystem that asks what each one does differently would take a while. Your vertical slice should at least have one of these fully realized, so that you will know exactly how much time, effort, and money it's going to cost you to do it. Although if you have like different regions in your game, your vertical slice realistically should be one of those regions. It's type from ID. Ingredient, ocean, junk. Making a town, dungeon, crafting, potions, and mobs aren't the big selling point. It's the PvP and controls, but if there isn't enough traction, it would quickly be forgotten. I mean, what are your game pillars? It's an MMO, so there has to be the breadth of your activities would be relevant in a vertical slice. MMOs have a much larger vertical. I mean, they're just much larger games as a whole, but they have a much larger necessity for vertical slices than pretty much any other game type, which is why they fail so commonly. Takes a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of effort to make them. I think I can do a select with a string wildcard, could I? No. Okay, I'm trying to make it so that when you have a collectible, we can determine its type. Update junk tooltip. Show tooltip. ID amount. Custom event. Post tooltip. I think rather than setting the static mesh ourselves, uncollectible. We will get the type. For now, we'll only set it up for junk. Get the structure. Set the mesh. Only if not equal to none, though. Alright, we can do a quick validation. This chat talking about vertical slice stuff, especially for a MMO. Just concerned that despite a perfect PvP and AI practice dummy, there wouldn't be enough of a loop to be engaging without enough players. Making a vertical slice would be too much for the demo and to do it solo. Yeah, I agree. I think that just having, like you said, the PvP and AI practice dummy is not enough for a... It's enough to send to people and say, hey, how do you like this combat, right? Because that is, if that's the core of your game or something, you need to refine that. Everything else doesn't matter until you refine combat. MMOs are like, most of them are built around their combat. And if the combat sucks, I'm looking at you, Elder Scrolls Online, the gameplay, it just kind of... I mean, that's what people remember, right? So it's like, if you make really good combat in your MMO, I think that that keeps people engaging in the loop, or in that aspect of your loop, which is, you know, fighting monsters, doing dungeons, doing raids. Waving back. You know, that's the reason that the new Arcade actually kind of stood out to me, is because most MMOs have shit combat. You know, I'm watching this and I'm like, well, actually, the combat in this does not look bad. It actually looks pretty good.
Humans slaughtered each other until the whole world lay.
Obviously, we're only going to know once we get our hands on it, right?
And yet, you have been granted another chance in Auroria. It must be the will of your beloved mother goddess. However, I still have no trust in your kind.
It looks definitely above average for MMO combat. I trust no cinematic to UI. I'm with you as well. This has piqued my interest. I think this is gameplay. I still would like to see unedited, full UI. I don't know, just like one boss or one small dungeon or something, right?
Prove yourself. If you survive this trial,
Yeah, unscripted gameplay. That's for me too, especially for like something that the better it looks, the more I want it. The more I want to see unedited gameplay. It's like, okay, this looks fucking good for an MMO. But all the MMOs I've played so far, they ain't much. Hate over-the-top fantasy with gigantic battle axes. I can understand, I can respect that. Especially small. That's a bit better. Okay, let's just see if it works. If so, you know, we can take some time out on another day to just to see if we can do more with this. No, I want the whole thing. Thank you. Like you can use a Pepsi. I do have a Pepsi. Got one right here. Let's go see if we can pick that shit up. Well, the tooltip is working fine. The value and text are not updating. I might have set something up wrong. Collecting it does work, but it keeps the UI on there, so we gotta fix that. We now have negative. Okay, there's a lot of problems here. We got a lot of problems. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. I thought this was okay. Close tooltip. That will fix the tooltip problem. Or one of the tooltip problems. We do have an amount override. The default for this should be -1. It is. Oh, because we did. Oh, hold on. There we go. There's another problem solved. What else was there? That might have fixed it. I just forgot to hook that up. It's times 0. No pickup sound. We can fix that. The reason it is... Okay, there's one issue here. I'll look into that. Swords in an alchemy game. Well, you can't... the only thing you can do with it is sell it. Oh, it's because it reset the collision box. Why? So yes, it's a sword in your alchemy game, but it's more... It's junk. It is literally junk for you as a character. You can't do anything with it except sell it. It's like cups and pens. Yeah, it's exactly like that. It's kind of a joke that you'll find this like super magical, amazing armor, but it just goes to your junk tab in the game. But yeah, you don't have any use for it. What the fuck are you gonna do with this? The very thing you complain about? Yeah. But in this game, the gold matters, and this is one of your sources of gold, is looting junk to you, but to like merchants that you meet, it has a use. So I know the thing I complained about. I complained that they don't have a use, that you get them, but there's no incentive to sell them because you can make more money from other things. In our game, it's going to be a bit different. I'm going to give the Alchemist a legendary armor drop. I kind of want to do that. It would be really funny if you could get things like that, but they're just for sale. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what we'll do. It'd be the biggest troll. It'd just be really funny if you got, like, I don't know, the legendary Necromancer's Dagger of Raise Undead. And it just goes to your junk tab, and it's, I don't know, it's worth like 200 gold. Bikini armor. Okay, we can do that too. That'd be pretty funny. I like the meta stuff. Tempted to access it, but BP collectible is not valid. Was it attempting to access? Shouldn't be. Yeah, interactable outside range. Yeah, but I closed the tooltip before it destroys the actor. It shouldn't be doing that. I'll look at what I did in like the objects with tooltip. Make them say something like, this doesn't seem like it would be very useful against arrows. I could do it. That'd be pretty funny. Well, that's why that's getting triggered. Or why it's getting upset at me. Let's try this as like a failsafe, I guess. Could just be like a timing issue. I can set of despawn items after a set time. I want to make it so that whenever it rains, metal objects will rust and wooden objects will rot slowly. Kind of like how, games like Dwarf Fortress or Rimworld do it. Which I like. I can't see the box, whatever. I could fix the timing issue by not making it an event, but by turning this into a function. Because the issue is that the event is fired, but then it immediately starts firing the destroy actor, which makes it invalid. Yeah, but she is dropped in a house that will stay in mint condition forever. Sounds like a challenge. But if you find an easy way to do that, I'd love to hear what you did. That sounds pretty cool. NPC finds item you drop depending on how valuable it is. It will increase the chance that the NPC will take the item. So the NPC can get your item back. I remember when Skyrim did that, and I mean, I do think it's cool, but I remember when it did that, and we're freaking the fuck out. I think NPCs could fight over the items in Skyrim too. If you drop a sword in like the middle of the town, I think they would like punch each other. Which is, it's pretty cool. I like the feature. It is a lot of save information. So it's an awful lot. You know why Bethesda games bloat to like 100 megabytes. And as you play, it just takes longer to load and save. That would be why. I don't know if they ever solved it. Scope creep into loading screen game. Yeah. Yeah. That's the price you pay, though, for that kind of depth. But I think players enjoy the depth more than they hate the loading screens. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that'll solve the timing problem. Keep everything everywhere loaded all the time. Who needs RAM? Now you're thinking with portals. It doesn't say -1. I don't know why it says that. What am I doing to update the info panel? Here we have the amount override is -1. The amount override equals -1, true. We update the amount text to what's in the inventory. Why are you not doing that? You get reset for some reason. No. So why are you doing this? Are you getting the wrong one? Dedicated WAM, what a reference. What's the recommended amount of dedicated WAM I should have to my server? I wonder where that kid is now. Oh. That's the issue. I have one more thing I want to implement today. That's why I'm trying to like speed through it. But if you speed dev, bugs happen. Why is it not hitting there? Some weird stuff going on with the hitbox here. Yeah, it worked though. At least that aspect worked. Why? What? Where? Collectible is not valid. Interactable outside range. Yeah, I know. Okay, fine. I'll do a validation check. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Where's is valid for self? Self is valid. Not that one. It keeps resetting the interactable collision. Oh, it's being a bitch. I wonder if I could get the extent of the mesh and set the box extent equal to that. A lot of work. Literally just stop being a bitch. You are interactable. None of the ingredients have this issue, so you don't have this issue. I actually don't like this collectible class. I'd like to remake it, but at least for now I can kind of just have it as proof of concept. I'm not happy with it, but it's a start. The last thing I want to do today is make it so that these packs that are around the world in places like this one here, you can interact with it and get some random junk and ingredients from it. It does not need to be balanced, it just needs to be functional. Okay, but stop playing with the beach ball then. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Why? Why are you erroring? Oh, it's on the first person character? Yeah, but we do a validation check on there. The inventory, where's my... Like, we literally have a validation. Here and here. I'm gonna play in here and see what the log bitches about. Attempted to access as BPI interactable. It's not valid. Pending killer garbage. In the first person, Ubergraph. But we do a validation check. What do you want? Another validation check? What do you want from me? I could put like just the most minor of delays on the kill self on the collectible. Like 0.1 seconds, and that should be more than enough time. Okay. That seemed to fix it. Annoying. Okay, collectible. Yeah, I don't like it, but... Does object with tooltip... What's the parent of that? Is interactable. Try this. Paku Paku. Actually, that's fine. Now on defaults, we should still have the text boxes. Good. Don't need this, doesn't matter anymore. Receive decals, sure. First box text to use is Forgotten Pack. We'll just say interact to loot. It should have the interactable outside and within range, and then we can override the interact in the interface. We'll take a variable. I don't want to do this. Pulling from loot tables would be the most optimal. Temporarily, I'm going to do a map of IDs and amounts, just temporarily. And we'll make a temporary, again, temporary function to reward this. Let's just throw a do once on here for safety. My team's gonna be like, what the fuck are all these new functions you added? Let me work. Works. See if the tooltip is there. Should be. Yeah. Okay, let's first grab keys. And we're going to, for each loop through these. Now we're going to want to get item type from ID for each of these. We will do a switch. Before we do that, I'm going to two local variables, current loot ID and calm down. Current index. Fuck that shit. Okay, and then on ingredient, we want to update ingredient inventory. I think I'll promote the values to a map as well, or to a local variable as well. We're looping through the keys, so that shouldn't be a problem, but we'll loop through. I'm sorry, we will make a switch these around. Values. Okay, get at the current index. Show on loot widget true. Ingredient ID is current loot ID. We don't have potions set up yet, you know, that's part of it, so don't worry about that. Update junk inventory. Very similar things here. Show on loot widget true. And for the time being, we won't make this, you know, we're not going to make the backpack random, but that'll be on the docket. And that'll be easy to do, I just need to set up some loot tables. Reward loot, and then once finished, destroy self. We could always just update the tooltip to say, you know, it's been looted or something, but I'll just say we'll just destroy it for now. So let's see, let's add some loot here. And we will do junk fish hook 1, and we'll do a couple of ingredients. We'll do ing toadstool normal 2, and let's do ing pink flowers 1. Oop, that's gonna be n. let's at the very least update the tool to say that it has been looted. This pack has been looted. That should work. I know the issue. I know one of the issues. I forgot we looped. Keeping the tooltip on the screen, though, is just an issue with this. That should fix that problem. It did in fact work. Let me remove the junk from here before I close it. That way we can just, you know, make sure that everything's being added as it should. No potions, ingredients, or junk, which is weird because it's not letting me even enter that tab. It's really weird. If we don't have any junk, it doesn't even let us go into the tab. We can fix that. That is the inventory list. Oh. Yep, that was it. Forgot to hook that up. We were technically on the tab, it just didn't update the color. Now, though, we have updated all of it. And we have enough functions in our function library that, you know, adding like a merchant NPC, I could do that in 1 or 2 days. That shit's easy. Wish we had a sound for picking up some of these. We could always throw that in the data table. Or a custom sound. Well, that's good. That is really good for us. It's all coming together. We make a potion. Make restore health. 1. There's no way to improve that. Not really. Not unless I can get restore health on one of these. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. So it shows that you've added the unknown potion to your inventory. You can see it here. And we can throw it. It'll do things. It's all starting to mesh. I know it's, you know, it's been like 140 days. It's been a year since we started developing this game. Close to. But it's... This is where the game designer would be like, you know, either really happy with the fact that it's turning out as envisioned, or very upset and scared that it isn't turning out as envisioned. Thankfully, I can say that I am happy this is turning out as envisioned. Whether or not that is fun is a separate matter. I like breaking the collision with that. But I think that we'll start to determine that within the coming months, where we start to add, you know, more NPCs, combat, dungeons, you know, a lot of the tertiary world systems like fishing and farming, where it's like, okay, is it actually fun to just exist in here? Is the ambience enjoyable? Is there enough to do? Do we need to add more things to do? I feel confident that the core loop is enjoyable. It's just that we need to add in some variety to that. Because no matter how good your core loop is, if you don't have enough variety in it, then it just doesn't have the staying power. It doesn't have longevity. One of my problems with Darkest Dungeon, actually. Good core loop, not enough variety to warrant playing the game for that long. And I think that'll be the core focus of our first playable, and making sure that it is fun for the 3 NPCs that we would like to have. Wait for it. There he is. Here's our boy. Every day, make sure you pray to the altar of Kek. If you do not, RNG will not be in your favor. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with today's work. We did a lot. We accomplished a lot. We didn't really run into any major roadblocks. We've added junk to the game. We've made a new tooltip for it. We now have a little bit of additional visual clarity of when you loot something. And that's working without problems. Oh, I needed to fix the collision on this. I forgot it was borked. I meant to do that. Yeah, there's a lot of borked collision up there. That'll be my last thing for today, and then I gotta get going up to the store. Why is the collision borked on that? Is it just this mesh? Yeah, it's a little wonky here. This can be adjusted very laggily. That's a bit better. This one is also kind of poopy. This one as well. I don't know what I did here. I think I just got lazy with it. Player can't get up there, so that's not an issue. That works. Ugh. Collision on this is horrible. I never noticed that. Ew. It's overkill, but it works. And you know what? For a prototype, fuck it. This one is a little bit more annoying. I would like the player to be able to jump up there, but... Alright, we'll see. We'll see if I can give it better collision. Just jack up the settings. It's a bit better. Let's go see how it feels up there. These are just, you know, small cosmetic things, but when players are playtesting it and they run into those issues, it just kind of hangs them up. You know, it's slightly frustrating. You know, the preferred feeling that I have with playtesters trying this is that I just wish there was more content, right? That would be golden. At least for this stage. If they come out of it with a list of frustrations or collision issues, you know, it's a waste of their time to write it down, it's a waste of my time to read it. The more that we can fix those up, the better. Ignore the scuffed audio too. It's fluid flux is weird. Okay, that's better. Something weird it does down here too with like, you see that? I don't know why it does that. But it doesn't matter for right now. Just a visual issue. I'm gonna be putting one of the fishing spots here. This will be like the river fishing spot, and then there will be a lake fishing spot. My scuffed audio splines actually work better than the default audio for fluid flux, which is pretty funny. I don't think I can leap from here into the water. I kind of can. It's not very deep though. Yeah, I'll take it. There's like two ambient tracks going. There's the one in the game, and then there's the one from the music. Yeah, so if it sounds a little confusing why you hear birds underwater, it's not the birds from the game, it's the birds from the YouTube video. Oh, I'm king of the rock! This is mine! Oh, I fell off. There should be an urchin around here. Oh, there he is. His nav mesh is a bit fucked up, but that's him. I think there's other ones too in there, but yeah, there's a few others. I think. What is this one? Oh, there's an urchin down there. What are friendly little urchins you can find if you dive. Okay, before I quit for today, I need to load up the engine again and see if there are any invalid structure errors. I want to fix those up before I push. But it's been good. A lot of progress today. A lot of progress. And even some preparation for merchant stuff with gold. Although I still have to think about what we want to purchase with gold. Because of course, you know, you can sell like junk, you can buy ingredients or maybe some potions from merchants if you want. Maybe some lore books or some books that give you information about ingredients, right? That's not enough in my opinion. It's a good start, but not enough. Alright, please no structure errors. We do not, which means we are safe to update this. So let's say our final goodbyes as I am sorting these new functions into their proper categories. Add a potion to hotbar. Oh, I'm not going to remove the space, but thank you. Thank you, bot. I like how it gave me instructions on how to get scammed. Yeah, make sure to remove this space. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Okay, update ingredient inventory. Update potion inventory. Show loot slider, that is a widget. Get all junk. Inventory. Get junk from index. Inventory. Update junk inventory. Inventory. Add item to inventory from ID. Update junk tooltip. Get item type from ID. Reward loot. There's a lot. I added a lot of redundancy and stuff today. My colleagues are going to complain. Alright guys, that is it. I'm pooped and I gotta get to the store. I gotta get to the city center. I have to buy caulk. Not cock, caulk with an L. And some stuff for marinating beef. Oh my god. Guys, thank you so much for all the love today. Breadman for the follow. Shuba Macabra, thank you for the follow as well. If you'd like to see previous days of our game's development, they're all up on YouTube, as will be this one after we end the stream. Thank you so much for all the love. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Not Monday. I have off on Monday. I will see you guys on Tuesday for more Cauldron Chronicles development. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care. Love you guys so much. Stay safe, stay warm, and check you out Tuesday. Bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.